Kan du ikke komme op og give sådan nogle rækker, der gerne vil?
Det var faktisk ikke. Jeg ved ikke, hvad jeg sagde til Jette i går. Jeg prøvede at ringe til hende og sige, at vi skal bare mødes kvart om 8 nede. Ja, kvart over 8. Ja, et eller andet. Vi kommer... Den første sætning var rigtig, det var hej Jette. Det ikke forstår man. Og så kunne jeg ikke høre Jette, og så sagde jeg et eller andet, og så snakkede vi.
Peter, ik zie het geloven. Er staan nog geen doden. Weg. Mag hè? Ja, maar hier, man. Dat mag er neer aan. Hij mag liggen. Ja, prima. Ligt dat goed? Ja, als je het goed doet, dan doet hij het goed. Ja, vandaag is een nieuwe dag. Alle opties zijn open. Jan. Nee, 2 keer per jaar paracetamol. Ik zit de eerste dag van het jaar. Ik weet het niet wel, maar ik slaap gewoon heel licht. De studenten zijn mijn raad van dat ik zo goed slapen. Ik was ook op maandag naar Bodem, helemaal erop. Normaal, dat is echt wel helemaal kapot. Maar dat heb ik normaal niet tegen. Ik ben wel moe, maar ik werk ook wel moe. Die komt maandag weer uit. Ik heb niet nooit op de sfeer dat ik twee heb. Jij hebt geslapen, maar ik heb ook niet van mijn bed. Ah, het was een beetje tandbijt eten. Ja? Weet je maar. Hij zag gewoon te zingen in de buurt uit. Ik had geschreven, ik wil het liefst dus 's middags bowlen. Toch ben ik zagrijnig en ik kan eigenlijk te zingen in de buurt. Die maakt mij een potje. Ik weet niet hoor.
Jammer, ik op een beetje.
Die snap ik als je net zo iemand wakker wordt. Ik was wel een plan, maar ik ben er 6 uur wakker.
Hij ligt op zijn fiets.
Ja, we hebben de auto geparkeerd bij
Oké. Maar als je zo het centrum in loopt, is het best leuk hoor.
maar met de auto zie je dat dus niet, hè? Als je op links rijdt, dan denk ik van de
Op de lijnbaan mag ik niet met de auto komen.
Kan wel.
We hebben echt vastgezeten in de zon met de bloed heet. Echt niet leuk. We zaten uit de wind, dat is echt leuk. Niet zo
Als ik weet dat we helemaal gelijk ga ik er langzaam omhoog, want dan ga je die paleis wachten. Bij die cyclen ook gedaan. Dan moet je echt eerst 1000 doen en dan 2, dan 3 en dan 4 dan die paleis wachten.
Dit jaar mag je eruit.
Ga dan even bij de hand kijken, kom maar een beetje ik weet ook wel dat het vandaag weer anders is dan maandag. Weet je wel dat kijk, de rechterbaan, die is te laat opgepakt of niet? Tussen arrows en ja, dat zou je me ook wel een beetje kunnen. Dat zag ik gisteren ook in de halve finale. Die in de gooi je op de linkerbaan veel makkelijker naar buiten gooien. Als dan daar gooi je hem wel iets strakker. Dus hier dan hoef ik niet te merken, maar dat zou wel kunnen.
Come on, come on, come on, come on.
Toch dan al een kilo 10 af. Op de weegschaal.
Ik ga niet meer staan. Heeft nu gelijk voor heel huis al. Maar niet zo dom. De tak is dus.
Ik heb ja, voor 18, 19 was en ik aan het stappen. Want ik had qua bouwen en qua lengte. Met 8, 9 vrienden die in in Noordwijk. En ik was het kleinste. Ik had natuurlijk naar wijze op de Noordwijk. Je ziet dat ding hier met binnen allemaal binnen nooit binnen op je heuvel van de grote disco. Die zijn nou anders weten. Je hebt 4 verdiepingen. In zo'n busje worden allemaal van boeren. Met de boeren gingen we stappen. Zitten op de bar en ik geef een beetje show en ik drink het dan weer warm. Ik heb geen idee van zo. Dan denk ik.
Dan zijn wij er ook niet helpen.
We kunnen er ook hier zijn. We kunnen er 6 zijn. Jij mag maar jij moet teruglopen op je eigen baan. Jij mag niet uitstappen.
Maar je mag gewoon op jouw baan mag je.
Maar jij mag er ook uitstappen. Je mag niet uitstappen. Je mag niet over je baan heen. Als jij gooit voor de vliegen en je been gaat tegen, dan zal het niet verzekeren. Maar eigenlijk wil je maandag gooien. Die jongen stonden bij de paardbaan. Die komt teruglopen en die krijgt zijn linkerbeen tegen hem aan. Dat is niet. Dan wachten tot het de finale mag je wel. Dat is geen probleem. Maar niet de serie. Ik denk dat dadelijk nog weer bij de dames mee. De dames die aan de binnenkant gooien, ik gooi alles over de buitenkant. Dat is één land. Wat is nou, als het 20 banen zijn, wat kan er nou in liegen? Hoe vaak kan er dan nog uit de baan komen? Thermos kan ik al. Ja, thermos kan. Stek eraf. Lekker je kans nemen voor maandag.
Good morning, players, coaches, trainers. We have arrived to the first day of the team event in the European Youth Championship 2014 boys team. 20 of the teams. Later today, the last 6 will play together with the 16 teams in the girls division. Tomorrow, pay attention to that, is qualification for the morning squad, 6 teams, where the 4 combined teams will play and the 2 lowest ranked teams of today's competition. With 3 games today, we are moving 4 lanes right, 4 lanes left this time, so 2 pairs left, 2 pairs right. 15-minute practice. please stop practicing. Please stop practicing, boys. And again, do not begin until I have announced it. Please wait, hold back. We're moving 4 lanes left, 4 lanes right this time. The coaches, please attention. Players, leave. Remove your backs after the squat, please. We had a lot of leftovers yesterday, so please remove your equipment when you have finished the squat. Coaches, is ready? Well, now to begin. Good luck.
Eén voor allen, Willy, oké? Eén voor allen. Alles voor ons.
Good morning and welcome to another day at the European Youth Championships 2014 here in Odense. Today we've got the first leg of the team competition, and we're starting with the first squad of the boys team. We're gonna bowl 3 games this morning, moving 4 lanes left, 4 lanes right after each game, and then we're gonna see the girls a little bit later today. And I'd like to say, first of all, we apologize for not being able to broadcast the last couple pairs as well as we would like, but we're doing the best we can with the possibilities of putting our cameras in the spots. So I hope you bear over with it, and I hope it works out anyway. Remember, you can follow the action on, of course, here on the live stream, but also by live scoring, so you can keep track of how your players are doing. You'll find the live scoring on Lane Talk. You just find Odense Bowling Hall, and you should be good to go. Yesterday we saw Team Finland win the boys doubles and Team Sweden win the girls doubles, and those 2 teams are, of course, among the favorites again today, so it'll be interesting to see how they will do. A little bit later today we're gonna do some interviews. First of all with Ted Thompson from Kegel. We're gonna talk a little bit about the topography here in the bowling center and the oil patterns. They're a little bit more technical, but we're gonna do an interview with him. And then we're gonna do an interview with the winners from last night. See what they have to say about their victories.
Hier.
And of course, I almost forgot this, but I'm Thomas Larsen, and I'm gonna be the presenter today. And yeah, as I said, I'm gonna do a little bit more interviews today than yesterday to fill out the time. And tomorrow we're gonna have I'm gonna be back on as a commentator, but we're also gonna get a special guest commentator in Camilla Kjelsen. So tune in tomorrow also. just as a quick side note, our commentator from the last 2 days, Mikkel Bruce Sørensen, is actually bowling as a pacer today, so that's why he can't be here. He is down on lanes 5 and 6 as a pacer. So if you want to follow along with him, go right ahead on the online scoring. Here in the team competition, there's gonna be a lot of games bowled on the lanes today, so expect to see the boys hooking the ball quite a bit at the end. Maybe even a couple of them getting in front of the ball return, and it also makes it very important to manage the lanes correctly and follow the transition quickly. And especially here in the first game, where they've had about 15 minutes of practice, it's very important to get the lanes set up the right way so that you don't get yourself in trouble right off the go. Normally, a lot of times you do that by throwing balls in practice further right than you actually plan to play, thereby removing a little bit of oil and creating a little bit of hook for yourself. And it looks like most of the better teams here have followed that strategy this morning. So we'll see how it's gonna play out. On lanes 1 and 2, we've got Slovenia and Denmark. Both teams has gotten off to a pretty decent start. Denmark has 2 doubles and 1 open. Also, Slovenia is making their spares so far, so pretty good start. It looks like it looks like they haven't gotten the lanes too messed up, and I obviously just jinxed the Slovenian player there, as said they were making their spares and he just missed, so sorry about that. On lanes 5 and 6, Austria is actually off to a really good start. Got the first 3 players had doubles in the first 2 frames, and unfortunately their starting player Christian just left it open, but it's still a very good start for the Austrian team here in the teams competition. And actually the boys team competition here is divided into 2 squads. The second squad is gonna bowl alongside the girls team later in the afternoon here around 1:15, and it's gonna be interesting to see how that affects the results, because we've actually got Team Finland in the second squad, and they could possibly be the best boys team here in these championships. At least we saw them. All 4 boys were in the top 2 in the doubles, so it's going to be interesting to see how that affects Team Finland's results.
maar, bol. Hey, kom maar! Heel Rick.
We've got the Swedish team on lanes 9 and 10, gotten off to a pretty decent start. A couple doubles, Turkey for Turkey and only one open, so or only two opens, so that's a pretty good start for them, and I'm sure they want to take revenge for losing the semifinals to Finland last night. And it's going to be interesting to see what the scoring pace is going to be today, and what kind of score it takes to get it into the medals today. And it's kind of tough to say yet, because usually in this team competition, the scores don't get crazy high because of how fast the transition is. But with that being said, there's also a lot of traffic, and it seems like getting a couple games on this pattern in these lanes isn't a bad thing for the boys. So the scores could get pretty good, but the lanes could also get pretty messed up, and scores could stay pretty low. It's going to be interesting to see. And a very fortunate Turkey for Niklas from Denmark there. Just slow rolls the pin over and takes out 10 pin. And that's generally a sign that it's a good day for you to be bowling on. Lanes 3 and 4, the Netherlands or Holland, whatever you want to call them, are also getting off to a strong start here with 2 opens, but also a turkey and 2 doubles, so they are off to a good start here, and certainly Netherlands has always been has always had a good youth team, and I wouldn't be surprised to see them take a medal in this team event. Here in the first game of the boys team, we're seeing Team Denmark on lanes 1 and 2 getting off to a pretty strong start, especially Markus Bergendorf and Niklas Christensen throwing a lot of good shots and really putting some strikes together. At the same time we have Rasmus Bering, who is struggling a little bit, and it seems like he might be trying to play hook the ball a little bit too much and have it change direction a little bit too much. He might need to go into something ball that is a little bit weaker and go a little straighter. We've also got the Czech Republic off to a pretty good start. We've got 2 players that are struggling a little bit, but then they've got Thomas Plechata with the front 5 and their anchor ball with 9 Spirit Turkey. So they are also off to a good start, and if their 2 middle ballers figure it out a little bit better, they could bowl a really big game here in the first game. Also here in the higher end of the bowling center, Sweden is still bowling a pretty good game. Got a few opens, but they're pretty good at putting their strikes together, and especially Pontus Andersson has gotten off to a strong start here, and I believe he's leading the boys all event off at the double, so putting a few good games together here in the team event is certainly gonna help him individually also. And just a donate there for Robert Lindberg for Turkey, and
Come on, boys.
we'll have to settle for a spare. On lanes 11 and 12, we've got Italy and Poland. Poland is staying out of trouble pretty well, just making their spares, not really throwing a lot of strikes, but they've only got one open so far. So if they can keep out and make their spares, they could actually be in a pretty good position here in the team event, because it's just as much about throwing strikes as it is about just staying in the competition. Italy is struggling a little bit, but they do have their first bowler, Giuseppe Toni, I think it is. He started with a spare 4 bracket, so good start from him at least. It's going to be interesting to see during this squad, because a lot of the boys here have started very far left, actually hooking the ball quite a bit right off the start of the first game here, and it's going to be interesting to see how that will affect the teams that move to those pairs. Just like Robert Lindberg from Sweden got a bad break and leaving the 8th pin. His teammate Ludwig Ingersen just gets a big break going through the nose, striking to get a double. So I guess it's all evens out for Team Sweden. Let's see Benjamin here, throws a good shot and gets a strike to get back on track. Sweden look like they have done a pretty good job in practice. Doesn't look like they are forced quite as far left as some of the other teams. So I guess they've broken the lanes down pretty well. 9 and 10 could be a pretty good pair today if that's the case. On lane 7 and 8 we've got Russia and Norway, also two of the teams that can really make a run at the medals here. And they are actually both off to pretty good starts. Russia has a lot of strikes, but also a lot of opens. And if they can keep striking and get some of those opens away, they could bowl a pretty big game here. Norway is striking a little bit less than Russia, but staying out of trouble a lot better. especially their anchor bowler Øyvind Kulsing is off to a great start with a 4-bagger 7-spear. And I know Øyvind has been in the Norwegian youth team here at least the last 2 years and done pretty well. I think he's taken quite a few medals, so he's definitely looking for a little bit of success this year too. A good shot by Øyvind there. Full strike. Looks like Øyvind. Oh, looks like he's using a little bit of a different strategy than a lot of the other boys here. He's not trying to hook it quite as much, but more using a smoother and much earlier rolling ball, and then using his speed to actually get it to hit the pins. That can be a very good strategy, especially in a team competition like this, because you're not gonna see changes quite as dramatically as someone trying to hook the ball more in the back end. Up in the high end of the bowling center, and again apologize for not having the best camera angles up there, but I hope it's okay for you guys out there. Germany has gotten off to a decent start up there. Not great, but not something awful. Denmark is continuing their strong start. Marcus Bergendorf now with the front 7. He is really looks like he wants revenge for a bad game last night in the semifinals. And Nicholas Christensen is also off to a good start with a front 5 and 9 spare. Unfortunately, Rasmus Bering is still struggling at getting his ball to the pocket. He just missed the spare there. And Martin Øre is not hurting his score, but not putting anything together either. But still a very strong start for the Danish boys. And if you listen, I'm sure you can hear the Danes yell out on the live streaming here. Seems like the team from the Netherlands is stopped up a little bit. And they aren't throwing any opens, but they're not throwing strikes either. So they might be seeing a little bit of transition, which is causing their ball to not strike, and they just need to make a small adjustment probably to get back on striking. Still a good start for the Netherlands, and the Czech Republic is actually following them very nicely. Two of the guys shooting strong games and two guys just staying out of trouble. The Czech Republic really surprised me yesterday with the girls. They actually both girls doubles bowled very well. So this might be the Czech Republic might be a country to watch in the future. They've also got Mark Talpa there, who won a Front Trick Italia challenge last season. So obviously they've got some talented players there. So that might be someone to look out for the next couple of years. Austria is also up to a strong start here. All 4 players with a chance to shoot over 200 in the first game here, and seems like they've got complete control of what they're doing on the lanes. Marcus Bergendorf just threw his 8th strike in a row. I might jinx him and give him the commentator's curse, but we might see a 300 here in game 1. Russia are keeping up pretty strong games. Oyvind Kulsing is still striking, so he's putting together a really good game. The other Norwegian boys are not hurting it too much, so they look good. Russia is also putting together strong games. Unfortunately for them, Vladimir in second position is really struggling, but they can still get a pretty decent score out of this game. It looks like a lot of the boys teams here are getting off to pretty decent starts, and that's what you want in these team competitions. Just get off to a good start, don't hurt yourself too much, and get some momentum going. Then when you switch lanes, you have to be quick to adjust to the changes, because it's most likely not going to be anything to what you came from, and just see what's gonna happen. On lane 7A, we've got Russia's Igor. Sorry about that, I don't know how to pronounce that last name, but the first guy from Russia shooting 267. Great start for him, and that's gonna put Russia into a good start here in the team competition. Norway's also off to a strong start with Arvid Espen shooting 203 with the strikes here on the kill shot, and it's looking good. On 1 and 2, it's now time for Markus Bergendorf, who has the front 8, to see if he can get to the front 9. Good shot, little light, leaves the 10 pin. Still a very good start for Markus here, and certainly he seems to have figured out the fresh where he struggled in the doubles competition. Sweden is also keeping up their strong start here in game 1. With Ludwig just opening in the 9th frame, but still has a possible has just doubled in the 9th frame and has a possible 235. Robert Lindberg, good shot, but the ball kind of hit the 10 pin. Let's see if he makes that one. He does. He can strike out for 203. Then we've got Pontus Andersson who can strike out for 246. So very good game possible for the Swedes here, and they are the defending champions from last year in Vienna. So I'm sure they wanna get off to a good start here and get well on their way at defending their title. Iron Pulsing from Norway keeps striking, is actually in the 260s right now, and he's gonna help Norway up to a really good start here. He's gonna go a little closer and see what their total score is gonna end up at. Russia ended up at 8-11, good start, but a very uneven start. Two guys shooting 140s and two guys shooting 516 together. So, never know. It's hard to tell how they are going to do the rest of the day. Alan throws a bad shot there, but still can still make the spare for 264, and Norway's going to be up to about an 850 start. Yep. And I'm here with Mikkel Sørensen, our commentator from the last couple of days, and he has been bowling pacer here the first game. Mikkel, what's your experience with the lanes here?
Oh, my experience with the lanes, I bowled pretty bad, but it seems like all the other days when the boys were playing Monday, were in the doubles, it's going to dry up a lot faster, because there are 4 players now on the lanes, 8 players on the couple of lanes, so we're going to be breaking down a lot faster, so we're going to move a lot further right or left and going deeper.
Yeah, I saw you struggling a little bit with your ball going high a bunch of times, and it looks like it's changing pretty quickly out there.
Really quickly.
Yeah.
I think when we are over in the third game, we're gonna see some of the guys lofting the gutter.
Hey, it's a nice prediction. Thank you, Mikkel.
You're welcome.
Netherlands and Czech Republic got out to okay start with 790 and 799 respectively. So no damage done there for those teams. Denmark off to a strong start. Magnus Bergendahl shooting 268, and they could actually get to. They can get to just a moment. Gotta do math in my head. That's not that easy. And the Danes can get to 870, right around that. So that's a very good score for them. And the Swedes are gonna get to right around 840 if Pontus doubles here in the 10th frame. Norway 842, so good start for them, especially led on by Øyvind Kulsing with his 264, which is gonna put him close to the lead in the all events, I actually think. And we are live. So I'm here with Ted Thompson from Kegel, and he is the official lane man of these championships. So I'm gonna do a short interview with him, and yeah, Ted, tell us a little bit about the topography. You did a lane map of these lanes and did the oil pattern. So just tell us about your thoughts about both.
Sure. Well, it's a standard procedure that in ETBF championships that we map the lanes not only for the pre-inspection but in the days immediately prior to the tournament. And what that does is really give us an idea of the shape of the lanes, and then we can try to make an oil pattern that either complements the lanes or try to make it as fair as possible for most styles that are out there. And of course in the European youth we have men, boys and girls, so we're really trying to balance that so the girls can get a good reaction and the boys can get a decent reaction. The lanes here are synthetic. I think they installed them in 2006-ish.
Yeah, something like
around that. And they installed them over top of the old wood lane. And so what we have here is very common what we see across the world when you put synthetic overlays on top of a wood lane, and then the wood lane doesn't get any attention anymore after you put the synthetic lanes in there. So the pounding of the ball, especially in the head area, tends to loosen up the boards underneath. And then the lane is affected by humidity and temperature change, and what happens is basically the front part lane becomes very depressed, or like a bowl.
Yeah.
And that's what we have here. So basically the center part of the lane is flat to the bowling ball, and everything to the right of the center arrow is kind of a downhill slope from the gutter to the 20 board, and then everything on the left side is a downhill slope from the 1 board to the 20 board on that side. So it's kind of like a bowl. What that does to the bowling ball is if right-hander will speak as a right-hander, and it just basically mirrors it for a left-hander. If you're right of the center dot, the ball is going to immediately start moving left. And what the bowlers see there is they see that as friction, but it's actually a gravity move. But the ball acts like it hooks early and uses energy up quickly. And if you try to go for a shorter pattern here, we will have if we try to go for a shorter pattern here, it will probably really favor a certain style. If we try to go really long, it will favor another type of style. So we decided to put just a nice medium oil pattern so the girls can play a little bit towards the slope, and the men can probably get inside a little bit and use the left side downhill as push, and then kind of get back. So and then we're also using ice oil, which is our newest conditioner, because the surface is kind of worn, so we're trying to use something that holds up a little longer and doesn't change as fast, and that's the characteristic of the new oils. It's really not so much the shape of the oil when we look at topography, it's actually the distance of the oil pattern, because the distance of the oil pattern really it really determines how much dry back in there is, and that kind of determines the optimum place to play. It almost wouldn't matter what shape we put out as far as the length, the cross shape. The lanes are going to play the way the lanes are going to play.
Yeah.
So we don't focus on that as much as we do that distance, and then getting the right front to back taper, so the ball skids and then starts to slow down in the right manner for the most styles of play. And so we worked on that mostly more than anything. So we're 40-foot oil pattern, a pretty heavy front to back taper. We have 100+ units in the heads, and we thin it out quite a bit to the back. And I don't know, I like what I see. I think a lot of styles have chance, but it's going to play more inside, and the pattern's going to develop even more inside as it breaks down, because it's going left. So you have to get on the opposite side of that depression and get that ball to push through there and get the best reaction.
Yeah, and that's really the big issue here. You see a lot of players getting off to a good start with a little bit of an early rolling ball, and then they get in trouble with the ball going through the nose, leaving flat tens.
And then they try to open it up from there, and then it just it kind of hooks early and dies in the back, and really the right way to play them is you're playing the back end for the first couple games, and then when you get a little bit of carry down, and then the pattern starts breaking down in the mid lane and the back, because today's balls basically are erasing oil every single revolution. The move is really to move a little bit farther left. I mean, it's not a small move. It's probably a good 5, 6, 7 board move, and slow down, which the youth are not used to moving left and slowing down. Most of they're used to moving left and just keeping the speed up. So I see a lot of people kind of just continuing to try to throw it too hard as they move left into the heavier part of oil, and also on that downslope. So you got two things going on there.
Yeah, that's not always that easy here.
No, and the pin carry here is a little. I would not say the pins are flying around a lot either. No. So
I heard a lot of the girls talking about their balls just not getting the 10 pin down or the 7 pin down.
And part of that is because the girls don't have the revolutions that the boys have, most of them, and therefore because the preferred line is farther inside, they're going to lose some entry angle, and they don't have the side roll or the revolutions to really get that ball to create a nice entry angle in the back and get a good pin carry. So the more entry angle, a lot of times the better the pin carry. That's why they play so well on the outside, the short pattern, the gutter shot. They don't suffer. But the more they have to move left, the more challenging it is. I mean, it's simply on the EBT tour. If you notice, most of the times, the longer the pattern, the less women you see in the top. And if you kind of go shorter, then you see more of them there.
Yeah.
And that's the same thing. It's just a matter of revolutions and side roll and getting the ball to retain energy long enough and getting that little bit of extra help at the back.
But we still saw some of the, especially the Swedish girls, doing very well here yesterday with just going straight, but with a little more speed than the other teams.
Exactly. And if you're going to stay to the right, you got to keep pretty direct because you're on that early downhill, the depression. So you got to keep the speed up so the ball spends less time on that slope. So it's basically Newton's laws of motion. The more time it spends on the slower you throw the ball, the more time it's spending on all these slopes, and therefore it's going to be influenced more by it. And the faster you throw the ball, the less time it spends on those slopes, so the less time it's going to be influenced by it. And it's a big reason today on a lot of synthetic installations, which are new synthetic installations. There's a lot of randomness to the shapes of the lanes. Like this is actually this bowling center is very consistent across the house. It's got the same trend as most synthetic overlays on wood lanes do, because you cut the wood lane a certain way, and the panels basically follow the shape of the lane underneath it. But when you build a new synthetic bowling center, it can be anything. The rules call for plus minus 40 thousandths of an inch as far as crowns and depressions and crossstrokes. So you see a lot of randomness in a lot of your newer installations, and people that throw it hard are affected a lot less than people that throw it soft. And that's a big reason why you don't see slow ball speeds anymore, along with the bowling balls being very aggressive today. So the high speed, high rev player they get an advantage both ways. They get it because the ball's not seeing topography as much, and they can get the ball to save energy and use the stronger balls. Slower ball speeds got to use weaker balls, but now they see the roll more, they see topography more, and it's just the way the game has been allowed to develop.
Yeah, and that actually gets into the next question. How do you think topography is still a pretty new subject of knowledge within bowling, and with the lane map reports and everything, how do you think that's going to affect the development of bowling the next couple of years?
Believe it or not, topography is a very old subject. They knew about, they didn't call up topography, so to speak, but in the early 1900s, we knew about topography. I mean, lanes were actually flatter in 1910 than they are today in the state, so, and then they made the lane level rules in 1937. Because at that time on the softer shellac lanes that they used, they actually, bowling balls would groove the track. Everybody threw it a lot straighter back then, so they actually would get a groove in the lane starting around the 7th, 8th board, and then it would migrate into the 13th board in the mid lane, and by the time it was at the pocket, it was around the 17th board. And the repeated rolling of the ball would groove the track. And some researchers back then would even, they called them the less scrupulous, the less, integrity-based researchers, would actually sand a groove to the pocket back then. And then the proprietor that was really taking care of his lanes and making them super flat, he actually had lower scores than the guy that didn't do anything to his lanes, because the guy that didn't do anything to his lanes got his groove. And so people just had to dump it in the groove, and the ball would follow the valley to the pocket.
Basically, the predecessor to the house pattern.
Basically, yeah. There was actually 3 900s shot in the early 1930s in the United States. And because the scoring pace was getting out of hand back then, and they found that they called them the hot shot bowlers back then, the bowlers that knew how to find the groove, versus the little guy or the average bowlers that really didn't understand the groove. The scoring gap became really big between the top players and the average player, and they found that wasn't conducive to growing the game, because you have a big scoring gap between the little guy and the hot shots, and the little guy feels like all the practice in the world, he's never going to reach that plateau, you know. So when they made the lane level rules in 1937 and said you have to resurface, it's actually called the annual resurfacing rule, and then they started checking lanes all the time. The lanes were resurfaced every year, and they were basically always cut with a very slight depression. That's how you cut a wood lane. So the numbers were 0 to -15 thousandths all across the whole lane. And what they found was the top high average bowlers' scores came way down. They came, now they average, instead of 230, they average 200. But the average bowler scores went up, because no matter where they played on the lane, the ball did the same thing. And since the average bowler, the lower average bowlers, is more of a spare game, and they have to move for different spares, no matter where they stood on the lane, the ball did the same thing. And their scores actually went up because now everything was predictable. So it closed the scoring gap. And the American Bowling Congress at the time felt like that rule did more to popularize the game of bowling than any rule they made prior to that. The first rule was the ball balance rule of 1913. That was called dodo balls, and it was the same thing. The people that knew how to use the dodo balls scored way high, and the people that didn't. So it created a big scoring gap in 1913. Well, when they created the ball balance rule, again, the hot shots came down, the average bowler came up, and it did the same thing. But the big key was the annual resurfacing rule and making sure those lanes were flat, because the more you deviate from perfectly flat, the more it's going to favor a certain ball roll or a certain style, which is physics. It's Newton's laws of motion and physics. And the more you deviate from that, the more it's going to favor a certain style. So, bowling was a very, very fair game for many years while all those rules were intact. And somehow along the way, we've lost sight of that. So actually, we are closer today to the very early 1900s before we had these rules than we were in the heyday of bowling. So it's interesting if you look at history, but you know what they say: if you don't learn history, history tends to repeat itself, right? And there's very few people that have been studying it. So you talk about the lane mapper, John Davis invented that lane mapper. That was a project of his since the late 1980s, but early 1990s. He made a lane mapper as a lane machine, but it didn't travel very well. We couldn't put it on the plane and check any bowling center or all championships. So in 2005, Igor Ripkin to Russia made a portable one, and we actually brought it to Aalborg for the European World Women's Championship. And we kind of bought it from Igor. Brought him down to Florida, and we developed this other lane mappers, the ones that you've been seeing in Europe the last few years. And now we can measure all the lanes, because the reason John did that, because he developed the sanction machine, and you see us taking all these lane tapes all the time. So we're always watching, looking at the old pattern, and we knew the lane machine was operating perfectly. The whole pattern was the same on all the lanes, but they were playing a lot different. So John was very curious as to why that was. And that's as we started mapping more and more lanes and looked at topography, and well, the answer became very clear. So now it's a nice tool for us to help set up all patterns, but it's also, if used properly, it's going to be a very nice tool for the proprietors, those that want to provide the best playing conditions for their customers that they can. Maybe we'll get back to 1913 again. I don't know.
we can hope. It's
certainly better for the game. I mean, nobody wants to play a sport that's not about them. You want it to be about the player as much as possible. You don't want it to be about the equipment they use or the playing field that they play on. I think people want to take responsibility for their own actions, and they want to feel like if they bowled well, it was because of them, not because of outside influences. So we've really been doing a lot of study the last few years, and I can pretty much predict what style of play will be doing well based upon the lane mapping much more than any old pattern ever put in. But again, it's new. It's new information. I should say it's kind of refreshed information, because it's not new. I mean, they knew it in the 30s, but then it became a non-factor as long as the annual resurfacing rule was in play and wood lanes were in play, because the lanes were pretty much similar. They're very similar from lane to lane, bowling center to bowling center, country to country, town to town. But now we have a lot of variety, and not only from center to center and lane to lane. I mean, even parts of them can be extremely different.
We've got lanes around, everywhere, where basically if you play out, you can't keep it on the right side, and if you play in, you can't get it to hook.
Or vice versa. You play out, you can't get the hook, and you play in, it looks like mad. So it's just, you see, I see a lot of different shapes out there today, and very few of the ones that are what they should be.
I just have a question from one of the Danish guys, and he asked, how does topography affect axis rotation with the ball going down the lane and hitting let's say a depression? How would that affect the axis?
Well, it depends how long it is on that depression or crown or side slope, I guess you could call it, because if it's at the bottom of the depression, the ball's happy. It's kind of flat. So I really look at it as side slopes, and whether it's a slide slope from left to right or right to left. It's a very good question, because it does affect it. You have let's speak from a right-hander. The ball is rotating. I always do this by hand, but now I do it by hand. The ball is rotating in a counterclockwise position, and we have axis rotation from 90 degrees to 0 degrees, right? So if a ball, let's say we got a slope high right and it goes low left. If a player has 0 axis degrees of rotation, it's not going to affect it as much if the player has 90 degrees of axis rotation, because that rotation is rotating perpendicular to that sidewalk. So less rotation will actually be affected than more rotation. What will happen with 90-degree axis rotation on that type of shape is the ball is going to act like it's early, because it's rotating. The bottom of the ball is actually rotating up the hill. You have to envision how that ball is rotating, and the bottom, and which way that rotation is going up the hill. So it will actually add friction. It's kind of like a car, it's like your tires.
So you would like to have a ball that is rotating a lot of axis rotation, will actually lose energy quicker
when it's rotating up the hill. But now, when we get inside, like if the lane's depressed, and now we get way left, and now the 6 arrow, now that 90-degree axis rotation becomes beneficial, because now it's going to save more energy. And now it's going to push, retain energy, and then be able to take advantage of the depression downward. So a flat pattern like the U.S. Open, for instance, that's on a bowl shape, that's called a depressed lane. The higher axis rotation players normally do very well, even the high tilt players, because the ball will, normally on that flat pattern, you have to go way inside. So now they're on the downhill side of the depression. And so now they get it. But not only they create more area, but they create better team play.
Yeah. That's probably why we've seen Pete win 5 times.
And who has high axis rotation?
Yeah.
Nobody has higher axis rotation than Pete Weber.
No.
You know, Ryan Schaefer has high tilt. He does very well.
Yeah.
You know, Belmonte does well. And the end over end rollers, you don't see them up very often.
Oh,
that's and that's mostly because those bigger lanes where they've been playing the U.S. Open the last 2 years is very similar to this place. Now we've never mapped them, but in my experience, from what I've seen, just about 99.9% of lanes that I've mapped that have synthetics over wood that are more than 10 years old in low humidity environments, the lanes are very depressed.
Yeah.
So I would, if I was a betting man, I would say that they're very depressed.
This sounds about right. That's, yeah. The score's
Remember,
gone
you remember the 2006 Women's World Championship in Aalborg?
Yeah.
So since then, the lanes have been re-leveled quite a bit. But at that time, they were wood lanes. They were synthetic lanes over wood lanes, just like this place. And when we mapped them a few years after that, we found that in a high humidity environment, here comes my friend Don Agent from Tegel, Lauren. I'll just go and hug him in a minute. We found that they were they tend to be shaped like a bird wing, a seagull wing in the summertime. When the wood lane pushes up the panel, and the panels are basically skewed predominantly on the outside, the middle, and on the outside. So you have like 3 main skew roads for most of the panels, other than where the seams are. So if the wood lane's pushing up, that means you create a little hill at 8, 9, 10 boards. And then it goes down to the center, and then back up, and then back down again. Well, when we mapped them, everybody called it the spinner chant. The spinners did really well, which they did. And everybody was trying to explain the oil pattern. But it was very, very clear once we looked at the topography. Well, if you spin a top on a table, and you raise that table, what does it do?
Yeah.
It goes in the direction of gravity. Very easy. So that spinner style, it just followed the ball all the way down to the 1, 2, 3 pocket. So every lane for them was very, very, very consistent, and they never could miss their pocket because topography kept their ball in play all the time.
They had the groove, basically.
They had the groove. Where the right-handed, the heavy ball players, as they call it, they were playing a normal hook. Well, they were fighting. When they got left with the second arrow, it would want to hook. When they got right with the second arrow, it wanted to hang. So they were kind of not able to work with topography. They were fighting topography, where the spinners could work with it. And it's interesting that the spinners have kind of gone away the last few years. You don't see as many of them. And a lot of people want to try to put that to the scoring pace, that the scoring pace increased, but I put it more toward we have a lot more synthetic installations where their balls see topography a lot now. 11-pound balls, spinning like a top, random crowns, depressions, and cross tilts. So they actually get very inconsistent reaction now.
Gonna go everywhere.
Right, where back when they were popular, they were born on wood lanes.
Yeah.
And wood lanes were always depressed. So that's why it works so well for them. That's my theory, and I'm sticking to it.
Thanks, Ted. That's Physics 101 from Ted Thompson.
Basically, it is physics, and as far as I know, physics and gravity is still pretty much in force, and if you can't fight it too much, you can only work with it.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you, Ted.
All right, thank you, Thomas.
Передаю слово девчонкам, Ксюше, которые приехали поддержать нашу сборную матча. Полчаса следят тебе Маша. Все, вперед.
Доброе утро.
Вас нет, значит. А в Иркутске, я бы сказал,
В Иркутске за вечер, добрый вечер.
And that was just the interview with Ted Thompson from Kegel about topography in general and a little bit of a history lesson. Always fun to hear from Ted. And I've got the scores from the boys team here. Team Denmark is in the lead with 8:59. Team Norway in second with 8:42. Sweden in third with 8:31. And Russia in fourth with 8:11. Austria and Germany are right behind with 8:04 and 8:02. So it could look like and we have to remember that Finland is not bowling this squad. They are in the second squad, so that could change the scores. But right now it looks like the scores could be pretty decent after the first game here. We'll see what happens here in the second game. Looks like Russia is off to a pretty decent start again. One open, two doubles. So that is right around 790, 800 pace, which is quite okay. When you're moving pairs for the first time and getting started in the second game here, you never kind of know what's going to happen, but Russia seems to have it figured out so far. Germany is also off to a good start with a couple doubles, a couple opens also, but not too bad for them. The Czech Republic, who started with an pretty okay score, just under par, but they're struggling a little bit here in this game, not really putting any strikes together and have a few opens. But they've got a chance here. 3 of the guys have strikes in the 4th frame. In the 5th frame, they've got a chance to get some doubles. Very good shot by Thomas Platiata. He's at 228 the first game and comes out here with a double in the 4th and 5th frame and looks to get his team back on track. On lanes 9 and 10, Austria is actually bowling a pretty good game this game, and seems like the job that the Swedes did on 9 and 10 in the practice session in the first game is looking pretty good. Austria bowling well this game. Right next to them is Norway, who is also off to sorry, I was looking at the wrong screen. Norway is actually struggling quite a bit this squad. They've got their third guy, Martin, I think it says, and he's bowling quite well with the turkey, but the others are struggling quite a bit. And Ivan, who still shot 260 the first game, is also struggling. Ivan has switched balls. He's gone from a very dull, very early rolling ball to a much shinier, quite a bit longer ball. So they obviously seem to have more friction on 11 and 12 than they did on 7 and 8. Sweden has also been off to a decent start. Ludwig Ingvarsen has a turkey and they've only got one open, so pretty okay for them, pacing right around 800 after 830 there in their first game, so Sweden is still looking pretty good. up at the high end of the bowling center, we've got the Netherlands and Belgium bowled pretty good games, but Denmark is struggling a little bit. Got quite a few opens, so Denmark needs to get back on track if they want to stay in the top position after this game. The low end of the bowling center, we've got Germany on 1 and 2, bowling a good game. Your first bowler just has the 4-bagger, and that's definitely going to help them trying to move up the standings here. We've got the Czech Republic bowling an okay game, but not really, not quite enough to help them make it up the standings, but they are not putting themselves in too much trouble yet. Also got Russia. Russia is kind of struggling this game. They've got their anchor bowler Vladimir, as far as I can see, I think it is, still striking. He shot 249 the first game, and he can shoot 260 this game. Unfortunately, the 3 other guys are struggling a little bit and only pacing about 170. So Russia needs a strong finish here the last 3 frames to stay in the top of this squad. Seems like we're seeing a little bit of transition here in the middle of the second game. A lot of the boys are starting to switch to different balls now. Balls that are shinier, get down the plane further, and has a little bit more kick in the back end. They're also starting to move left, so it's going to be interesting to see how the lanes are going to develop here the last couple frames here in the second game, and see how it's gonna set up for the third game. Again, this is very interesting with the Team Finland bowling the second squad, because if the lanes in this squad gets very good, it could be a big disadvantage for Team Finland. On the other hand, if the lanes get really messed up in this squad, and Team Finland and the other teams in the second squad are able doing something good, it could be a big disadvantage or a big advantage for Team Finland. And that's going to be very interesting to see. Lanes 9 and 10, we've got Austria bowling, still bowling a pretty decent game, staying out of trouble, and they've still got a chance of shooting right around 8-8 with 2 frames to go. So Austria could, with a strong finish here, Austria could be right in the middle of the right in the top of this squad. Very good shots on the 9th frame here from Austria. Next then we've got Norway, who seems to be back on track from a couple of strikes here and getting a couple of doubles, and then still need a strong finish here to save this game. Looks like Sweden is struggling a little bit on 13 and 14 right now, but they still have a pretty good game going. Sweden are pretty good spare shooters, and they are staying out of trouble, even though they might not have the best ball reaction. But they are still right in the mix here.
На середину дороги от Вовиного броска. Болельщики говорят, надо, видимо, ее домой. Домой заберете, Саш? Есть полное право.
красота! Егор сейчас, не спотыкайся, что как бабушка ходит.
Егорушка, по списку!
Еще раз подошел, баланс, потом работает. Что происходит, что ты падаешь? Что происходит, что ты падаешь? А? Я понимаю, но сейчас надо тоже было как-то собраться. Надо запас делать, а вы не расслабляетесь.
here in the end of the second game. Nope is really struggling game, probably not shooting much more than 720, and especially Ivan has finished off bad, which gonna hurt him in the all events too. And Sweden is doing okay. Benjamin is looking at a 160 game though, and fortunately the other three guys are bowling pretty decent games, and it's gonna help them get to probably somewhere between 780 and 800. Austria bowled a pretty good game, around 800 and a minute. 805 to get to 1609. That's definitely gonna help their chances. Seems like the scores are going down a little bit this game. Czech Republic are finishing off their game pretty good. This is actually Thomas Petecha can strike out with 2 more strikes for 233, and they can shoot right around looking at shooting right around 760, 780, which seems to be an okay score this game. Russia with a bad game this game, 720. Unfortunately for them, that's gonna hurt their chances quite a bit, as they are now 60 under par. And on 1 and 2, Germany is bowling an okay game. Their second bowler is struggling a little bit, but fortunately the other 3 guys are bowling pretty good, bowling decent games, and Germany should get to about 750 this game probably, maybe a little bit more, which is still gonna keep them in the running for the medals. Up in the high end of the balls, and Denmark has actually managed to figure out their pair pretty well in the end, and then is gonna get is able of getting the score right around the 800 mark, which is very good after the start they got. They could have shot 700 if they hadn't figured this out. And now they're doing a good game. They had a good game the first game. They're probably gonna be first or second after this game. Yeah. The Netherlands had a good game this and is at 16-33, so they might actually be in the lead after this game. Sweden is at 16-31, Denmark is probably gonna be just over par.
nu opgevuld en wij maken het niet.
And now we have an update for 2 games. Netherlands is in the lead with 1633, Sweden second 1631, Denmark with 1625, and Austria with 1604. Germany last team over par with 1600. So the scores definitely went down this second game. And could look like, depending on what the score does this game, it could look like the top 4 after this squad is gonna be right around 2400, maybe 24, 20 or 30. So not that high scores, and nobody is really pulling away. So it's gonna be very interesting. See if somebody can bowl a big game here and give themselves a good chance for tomorrow. Denmark and Czech Republic is off to a good start. Denmark is currently 3rd and the Czech Republic is 7th. The Czech Republic needs a big game to get them close to the top 4, and Denmark needs a big game just to stay in the top.
Dobrý host,
Sweden and Netherlands is also off to good starts here in this third game, and it could, if they keep striking, we could see some separation with the Netherlands, Sweden, and Denmark being in the lead, and a little bit of a gap down to fourth place. Denmark is continuing their strong start. All the boys seem to be lined up okay right now, throwing quite a few strikes and trying to put themselves in good position for tomorrow. Czech Republic is struggling right now, not really putting any strikes together. The Netherlands and Norway also seem to be bowling quite good games here, so there's a lot of competition in the top of this squad, trying to get into good position for tomorrow. Norway actually has a very good start here. They could, if they keep up the pace right now, throw through more doubles, they could actually be the first team we've seen go over 900. A very strong start from Norway here. Down the low end we have Belgium. Belgium got off, is in 12th right now. They got off to a really bad start in the first game, but actually bowled pretty well in the second, shooting 788. So right now they're actually bowling quite well. One open, one turkey, one double. So they are pacing 810 right now, and that's pretty good. It's just unfortunately that first game might take them out of the running for one of the top spots in this team championship. Germany seems to be struggling a little bit. They've already got 3 opens in the first 5 frames and only 1 double, so they need to pick it up a little bit if they want to stay close to the top teams of this squad. higher end, Austria is still struggling a little bit. Unfortunately, that might cost them the 4th place in this squad unless they can figure it out and finish off strong here. Denmark is still bowling a good game through 5 frames, and the Czech Republic seems to have figured out what was wrong. And I think Norway and Czech Republic might make a little bit of a run at the top 4 here. Sweden is still bowling well, and Norway is continuing their high pace of throwing a lot of strikes. Norway could really make up a lot of ground in this game and put themselves in great position for tomorrow. Looks like Germany is doing a pretty good game here, finishing off strong, and going into this game, and they are finishing us very strong here. Christoph just having a six-pack right now, and they are definitely looking at an 800 plus score here. So they can get themselves into the top 4 here too. And then we got Czech Republic. Czech Republic is really doing nothing wrong right now, it looks like, but they're just not getting the score they need. It's bowling an okay game, but not anything that's gonna help them when the top teams are striking quite a bit here. Denmark is still throwing a bunch of strikes, and Marcus Bergendier just threw another double. They are gonna be in very good position going into tomorrow. Austria, who is in 4th, is struggling a little bit this game, and is probably gonna fall down the standings a little bit. The Netherlands are in the 10th frame right now and actually bowling a pretty good game thanks to Jeroen van den Heide, who has a chance at shooting 279. Norway is still keeping up low. Avedespen is looking to shoot 270, and Norway might actually go in and take the lead here if they finish off strong. Sweden is not bowling a bad game, but not bowling a big game either. Just kind of plugging along. .270 for Avedespen, and that is certainly gonna help Norway and himself. He shoots 655 here in team, very good score, and it's gonna gonna also help him in the all events. Important double for Martin Ure there. Keeps Denmark at a good pace here. Sweden has a chance at shooting right around 890 if they strike out here. So they are having a pretty decent game again here, and it's definitely going to be in the top 4 before the last squad of the day here. Looks like the Czech Republic just ran into a little bit of trouble with a couple opens, and that might be the Czech Republic's chances of getting into the medals in this team event that runs out. But you never know what's going to happen tomorrow. Norway seem to have hit a really good pair in 15-16 and just figured it out perfectly, and they are going to shoot a very big game here. Fortunately for the Netherlands, Johan van der Heide didn't strike on his first shot in the 10th and can only shoot 257. Still a really good game, but it hurts Holland, Netherlands' chance a little bit, and still shooting a good game, and definitely going to be in the top 4 before tomorrow, I think. Denmark is putting in a pretty strong finish here with a lot of strikes, and that is going to put that has the potential to put them in a good position. Oh, Evan throws another strike there for a double, and Norway is gonna shoot big. Netherlands shooting 830 this game. Good solid start with about 60 over for them. Norway shooting. Norway can get to about 950. That's huge. They were about 40 under, so they're gonna be a little more than 100 over for this squad, and that's gonna put them in great position before tomorrow. So Norway finishes up at 961 in this game, 25-39 overall, 139 pins over, and that, I think that might be the leading score for this block. Great bowling for Norway in the last game. Netherlands finishes up at 24-63. Another good score, and they are probably going to be in about third, I think. Punches makes a spare, and Sweden bowling another solid game. Gonna be just in front of the Netherlands in second right now, with Denmark. Denmark got a chance to also bowl a good game, and Germany unfortunately finishing off with a little bit of a bad finish, and not bowling a bad game this game, just not quite as well as say Norway, Sweden, Denmark, and so they're gonna have a little bit of work to do tomorrow. Marcus Bergendorf finishes off with 254 this squad. That's gonna put him at 714 for the 3 games here, and that's really gonna help him in the all events. Germany is going to shoot another game around 800, and they're going to be around 2400 mark. Good start to the team event, and nothing lost, but just a little bit of pins they need to make up tomorrow. Big strike for Martin Øyer there. Denmark is going to be right around the same area as Sweden and the Netherlands, so that's going to be a very close top 4 here. And with Finland bowling the next squad, I think they would bowl a squad that was good enough to go into the top 4. So it can be very tight before tomorrow. Another big strike for Martin Øyer there. Gonna put him in around 210 with another strike, and great finish there in a game where he really struggled in the beginning. Martin also needed it for his all events. He was just inside the cut number after the doubles and struggled the first 2 games here. So. Ukraine is actually bowling a really good game here. They're gonna shoot around 850, 860 probably. Oh, sorry, they're probably gonna shoot 870, 880. And unfortunately, it didn't start off too well, but they're gonna get right about probably 50 under for the entire block here. So, well, anything can happen. Christensen gets the first one, the 10th. That puts Denmark front. That is gonna put Denmark in front of Sweden. So Denmark is gonna be in 2nd position after this squad. It's just a matter how much in front of Sweden and how far behind Norway they are gonna be. Bad break on a 5-pin there. Luckily, it only cost him 1 pin for the Austrian player. Austria really didn't finish too well here and finished 100 under, so that was what they were hoping for. But hopefully they can bowl well tomorrow and make it a little bit outstanding. Nicholas just strikes again. That's a very strong finish for the Danish boys here, and they are gonna get to a right around 100 over. Great position. Denmark finished up at 25.06, which puts them in 2nd place, about 30 pins behind Norway and about 30 pins ahead of Sweden in 3rd. And Sweden is just a couple pins ahead of the Netherlands in 4th. we're gonna be back here in about an hour with the girls squad and the last 6 boys teams. So I'm here with Arvid Espen from Team Norway, and you are in the lead. Great last game. What was the difference for you guys? You were struggling a little bit the first two games.
Yeah, in the first game we started off okay, and the second game we started struggling with the lanes, and we had to spare some spare misses. And yeah, in the last game we just got the lanes figured out and just started striking. We know we can't strike much, so.
Did you do anything different the last game, or did the pair just play into your game better?
Yeah, I think they played better for us. The right lane hooked a little bit more and we figured it out early, so we didn't waste so many frames on figuring out the pair, so we started out great.
And now you got a good position for tomorrow. You're in the first position. No, Team Finland is still hasn't played, but you're gonna be in the top 4 before tomorrow.
Yeah.
How is what's your strategy gonna be for tomorrow?
Yeah, for us, I think just start off a little better. Just fill frames and get a double and get over pair the first game, and in the second game as the lane opens up a bit, we know we can strike much, so just relax and just strike.
Yep. Thank you too, Arvid. Nice bowling today.
Thanks.
EYC εδώ μεταξύ. Όλο λουλούδι δηλαδή. Είναι κάτι παλιοπατάτες που είναι για πέταμα. Δεν ξέρω και πατάτες που δεν μ' αρέσουν. Και σε ένα εστιατόριο που πήρα πατάτες, είναι παιδί μου, όχι κατευθυντικές ποσίες να πατάτες. Κατάλαβες που λέω, δηλαδή κάνουμε εισαγωγή, είναι δύο εταιρείες η δουλειά σας. Περίεργες, δηλαδή φαγητά που είναι όταν δεν έχουν φαγητά, άμα το δεις που είναι έτσι, δεν έχουν τι να κάνουν. Κάτι μαλακίες. Εγώ το παίρνω έτσι για τώρα. Ωραία το ακούω. Τι ώρα παίζετε εσείς? Δεν παίζετε τελικά, σας το είπε, δεν σας το είπε. Αναβλήθηκε, αντί για μία τετέρτο, μία λίθο. Πώς το μετά. Με πήραν τηλέφωνο. Δεν το πιστεύω. Δεν την παταλία.
Κόψτε τα ναρκωτικά.
Πώς πήγες? Έλα λοιπόν.
Δεν πήγαμε καλά κανένας. Αλλά μάθερς είναι, δεν είναι σωστός, απλά...
Κατά τα πήγες
Μονικό, ψυχολογία είναι ισχυρότερη. Εγώ ήμουν αφωμένος.
Καλά, ανέβαζε. Καλά, πες κάτι καλό, πες μου το πάτη, τέλεια, πρέπει να τη σχολάψεις μια την άλλη. Πήγε να είναι κάτι άλλο, δεν πειράζει. Είσαι καλός.
Καλός είμαι κούκλα πήρε.
Πάρα καλός, γι' αυτό πάω στην πορεία. Αυτό είναι καλό, ρε!
Za 2 minuty nejde autobus. Narození. Maar loopt ook niet. Ja, IQ loopt helemaal niet. Die bal is 3000 keer opgezocht.
Facciamo un certo pogledaj, ukino jako. Ika moja jaka. Pogledaj, če se pulju.
Next bad.
Jaz ne da bi videl, da so pesmi.
Tako je.
Κάτσε μωρέ. Τα κρατάνε αυτοί. Θεό. Πάρ' το καλάθι από εκεί, ξέρω εγώ. Πέτα από εδώ, μωρέ, είναι τόσο δύσκολο. Ρε, ρε. Άστρα εκεί, χρωματοδία. Κουμπέλα μου, μάθε, μάθε. Καραβάλεις πάλι στο πάτο του. Αυτό είναι δικό μου. Καλά, για να συμβουλεύει. Sorry. Αλλά να βρεις τα μεσέρια. Αντισηπτικό έχει πολύ όφελμα με κόσμο. Τελειώσει. Για κάνε με αυτό το ματιλάκι, Νίκο. Το βλέπω.
Υλικό είναι. Είμαστε έτοιμες.
Είμαστε έτοιμες.
Μαρία!
στο ξενοδοχείο. Τι θες? Σήμερα το πρωί είναι το live stream. Μπορεί να μην είμαστε μετά.
Εγώ θα έλεγα ότι αν δεν παίξει σήμερα θα πάρω και το iPad και το κινητό και το iPad.
Όχι το κινητό μου, σώσε.
Να πίσω μόνο με τα ρούχα.
Όχι το παπά, όχι. Θέλω να μιλάμε με τον παπά μου.
Εγώ στο λέω να τα πάρω όλα.
Μπορείς να μιλάς με τον παπά σου στο δωμάτιό μας.
Και τι λέτε? Ανά! Και καλώς σε φέραμε.
Νίκο, ακούς. Νίκο, ακούς τι λέει.
Όποια δεν παίξει καλά, τα παίρνω όλα.
Κύριε Νίκο, να δοκιμάσω στη Φράγκη ότι είναι δίβα.
Ναι, απλά στην αρχή πολύ λάδι.
Μα η δίβα.
Άκουσες τώρα, αρχίσεις τι κάνει λίγο.
Μα η δίβα δεν είναι αυτή.
Καταλάβατε τι γίνεται τώρα. Μόλις τελειώσουμε και δεν παίξετε καλά, τσέπη μου είναι ανοιχτή για όλους.
Όχι, Νίκο. Δεν χωράει. Νίκο, μην το χωράει. Είναι παντόφλα. Εμένα το δικό μου δεν χωράει, είναι παντόφλα.
Θα τα δώσω όλα εγώ στην
Πότε
μαμά
τα
μου.
πόδια πήγανε καλά.
Έχουν άλλη τιμωρία τα πόδια.
Τι φτιάχνει να ακούσω?
Τι νοιάζει.
Όλα ακούσω, τιμωρία. Να δω είναι το ίδιο. Το κύριε να μου θέλει το ίδιο.
Η Άννα με το καλύτερο. Θα τους κάνει αποτρίχωση.
Αλήθεια.
Κέρι. Τους άντρες που δεν πήγανε καλά.
Μία ταινία χρειάζεται μόνο.
Μία, έτσι.
Μία ταινία. Και όχι ανάμεσα από τα πόδια και τέτοια. Στο πόδι, το γεωργία μας.
Εγώ δεν κάνω τέτοια πράγματα.
Δηλαδή σου κάνω αποτρίχωση τη φαβορίτσα να δεις.
Εγώ θα ορίζω τις ποινές.
Θα σας δέσουμε να σας βάλει με τα πρίσμα.
Οπότε φροντίστε αν θέλετε να κοιτάξετε για το επόμενο, για το υπόλοιπο των τουρνουά. Καλά.
Εγώ δουλεύω το παπά μου. Δουλεύω το παπά μου.
Πού είσαι πολύ. Κοντινένταλ.
Εγώ αφήνομαι στα χέρια της Άννας σήμερα. Θα αφήνω να μου κάνει το χέρι.
Μαριά, είναι κατάβαση. Είναι κατάβαση. Είναι βεδούλες. Καλά τις λεμονούδες.
Και πάντα βάλει και το
Μάμα, δάκι γιατί.
Δεν σου κάνα παιδάκι.
Να πάμε να κάνουμε τώρα που εκεί
Μπορεί ψωή μαύρη. Αλλά άνοιξα και δεν είναι πέτσι. Να βάλω όλα. Τα μαυράκια σου. Όλα. Τα μαυράκια σου. Δεν έχει το πέτσι. Τίποτα.
Θέλω κι εγώ.
Δεν βγαίνει. Το περνήμα και δεν μην βγαίνει. Μετά τον αγώνα.
Τέλεια.
Сколько разминка была? 17 минут. 15? Да.
Σας εκεί το λέω. Αν αύριο δεν είμαστε έτοιμοι, θα είναι αποτρίχωση. Ο προπονητής σας με αφήνει. Γελάσα περίεργα. Όσο κυρίου είπε εγώ με τσέλα.
Good afternoon, girls and the boys in the last group. Welcome to the European Championships, Youth Championship 2014 for the first day of the team event. We have all the girl teams in this squad and the last 6 of the boys teams. Be aware of tomorrow that all girl teams will play in the morning squad and the 6 groups of boys playing in the morning will be the 4 combined teams and the 2 lowest ranked teams after the standing of today. Coaches, you only have to deliver the forms for tomorrow if you have changes in the lineup. If there's no lineup changes, please do not deliver the form. So only a delivery in case of changes. One thing, players, please listen carefully. When you're finishing the game tree, do not start to move around until you hear the sound of the whistle. It is not nice for those still playing when the lock is ongoing behind them. So please wait until you hear the final signal. Today we have 15 minutes practice.
Даю слово.
You're moving 4 lanes right, 4 lanes left. Even in the small group at the end. 4 lanes right, 4 lanes left. And again, after the last gate, stay on till you are allowed to move.
Серег, на Надежду знаешь, что ты делаешь? Конечно. У нас очень надежда большая на тебя.
You ready? Good luck.
Ты уверен? Этот не говорит ничего.
Yeah, and welcome back to the girls team competition. Now this is the first block, and we've actually also got 6 boys teams. They're going to be down on in the high end of the building, and again I apologize for not having the best camera angles down there, but I hope you can manage. Remember, there's live scoring on Lane Talk, so I hope, and I will be bringing you out updates from down there, so hopefully it'll work out. Yep. And I'm here with Niklas Christensen from the Danish boys team. And Niklas, you had a pretty good block this morning. You're in second right now, and you and Marcus bowled really well. What was your strategy going into this block?
Yeah. Hey, our strategy was to start open the lanes up, because in Odense the outside lane isn't so great. It's sliding a lot of out there. So our idea was to take some balls and just throw it down there so we can open it up and get some place to throw the balls.
Yeah, and it worked pretty well. You started out with a 860 the first game, and that was a good enough score to be in first. How do you see your chances for tomorrow? You've still got England and Finland missing, and you're in second right now. So
yeah, our chances is pretty good. We play like a great team. Finland is a great team, and they play well. I think that's the only team that will come over us if there is anyone else. I don't think England is the greatest land, but they can take down pins. It looked great tomorrow.
And are you gonna make any changes for tomorrow? Have you talked about that yet, or?
No, we played like we played today.
Well, do you have anything you want to comment on?
Enjoy the show.
Thank you, Niklas.
Дай, Маня, дай!
Ну, вот такой интернет. Проверьте свои настройки интернета. Правильно. Подожди. Заработал. Он завалил чистую картинку, я нормально орехи. Ай-яй-яй. Ай-яй-яй. Ну жди, короче.
Down here in the low end, we've got Greece, Finland, and Russia off to pretty good starts. Not too many, only one open per team, and scoring some doubles too, so a good start for those three teams. And Finland is only got the bronze medal in the doubles yesterday. Let's see if they can follow it up with a solid performance in team here. Belgium is actually off to a really good start. Let's just see with Turkey and one open and a Turkey. That's a good start here. Scores are probably going to be a little bit lower for the girls here than for the boys, so I'd imagine scores somewhere between 50 under and par for the day would probably put you in a really good position for tomorrow. And we can't forget that we've also got the boys teams here, so I'm gonna be checking up on see how they are doing throughout the day. Denmark is off to a really strong start. We've got 3 turkeys already through 3 frames, or through 3.5 frames, and only 1 open, so that is a really good start on 9 and 10. And they're bowling with Sweden, so those 2 teams have probably done a pretty good job with that pair in practice, and both teams seem like they don't have trouble getting to the pocket right now. So I'd expect to see some good scores from 9 and 10 here in the first game. Germany is also off to a good start. A few opens, but also quite a few doubles. So they are right on track where they want to be. And Rikke from Denmark just drew a 4 bracket, so they are doing really, really well. The Danish girls trying to follow up on the success of the Danish boys from earlier this morning. England are off to a really, really good start with lots of strikes, and they look like they wanna put their name in the top 4 here after this squad. Finland's also off to a good start, but unfortunately for them, the line is struggling a little bit, which is hurting their score a little bit. But it's still early, so you never know. And the Finnish boys sure proved yesterday that they might be the best boys team here in these championships, so I would expect them to be in the top 4 after today. a little bit of a back frame for Team Sweden there, but still a pretty good start. They are putting themselves in good position for the next couple games, or for the last half of this game and next couple games. Team Denmark keep on starting over with the front five now, and it's looking really good for the Danes right now. They're trying to get a big game to start with here, and if they can continue their pace right now, if we get to 900 this game, they will be in super position for the last 5 games. I was just told that our Facebook page, the official European Youth Championships page on Facebook, is very close to getting 1,000 likes right now. So please go in there, find the European Youth Championships 2014 Facebook page and like it. We would really like to get out over 1,000 likes. Thanks. The Russian girls are off to a good start in this squad. One of them just threw a 4-back. Their anchor ball just threw a 4-back, and they are actually striking quite a lot this squad. So Russia might be one of the teams to watch out for in this girl squad. Denmark seems to be continuing to strike while these Swedish girls are kind of grinding away. Keeping up their score pace of still pacing around 800. Not too bad for Swedish girls, but right now the Danish girls are doing really, really well. Danish girls right now are pacing right around 830, which is a really good score here. Germany also is also off to a pretty good start, especially by Michelle. Sorry, but the last name that's a little tough, but Michelle, the second ball, although she almost converted that split, she leaves an open at the 8th, but is still pacing 220. Germany is gonna get off to a pretty decent start here. Finland and England are off to a real good start for the boys team. Some of the 200 players from Finland has the front 7, both England striking quite a lot. they are definitely in the running to make the top 4 before tomorrow, before the final 3 games tomorrow. And I'm here with Michael Bay from the Danish national team. He's the youth coach and actually also the men's team coach now for Team Denmark. And just gonna ask him a few questions about this week. You guys had pretty big success the last couple of days with especially with the new players on the team that's been here for the first time. How did you prepare the players and prepare in general for these championships?
We did kind of what we always do. We have our program is set up that we have gatherings throughout the year, and on those camps we discuss a lot about the mental game and what to expect when we come to the European Championships, and in general just to be prepared for all the different scenarios we can encounter. And prepare for the unknown, which is a big factor when you bowl. Especially with the new ones, we just try to make them relax and have them focus on each shot instead of focus on that they are at the championship and they have to perform. So we're just focusing on their own game and try to get them to the place where they feel comfortable. That's the main point. They have to feel comfortable.
Yeah, and you were pretty successful with that throughout qualifying yesterday. It just seemed like they were a little nervous, little scared when they got to the finals, but I guess that happens sometimes.
That's true. They were scared. Maybe terrified was the right word. They weren't. We didn't do a proper job preparing them for what they would encounter during a semi-final match. We tried to, but once you have to be there, if you're a bowler yourself, and I know you are, you know that the feelings you have when you're about to do something really big, it's actually quite a task to handle, and it's the first time at a European Championship, and it's the first medal on this level that they just got caught off guard, and we didn't do the right job getting them back to where they feel comfortable. But we all learned.
That's the most important thing. Hopefully you'll get a couple more chances here tomorrow and the last couple of days to improve on the bronze medals.
I'm sure we will.
And so you had a pretty successful boys team there today, and you were down on the lanes. Did you have any kind of special strategy? Nicholas told me that you were kind of trying to make the outside play a little bit better than usually does here.
Well, that was the first game. We didn't try to dig a real deep hole because we don't have enough time to do that, and the other team was inside of us with shiny equipment, so it didn't really make any sense to try to open the outsides a lot. But we just tried to, the first shot of warm-ups, we tried to use a dull ball and go right on the edge of where the topography starts to level out, just to have a little bit of bounce from the start, just to make the players feel a little bit more comfortable. That was actually the main point, because it was just getting their heads ready so they trusted the shots even more.
Make them not squeeze.
Yeah.
Or whatever Marcus does.
Yeah. That's right. But Marcus did a really good job, and he handled himself really well during all 3 games. And we had a lot of challenges when we moved from the low end to the high end, and we actually moved to a set that was the first time it was in use in this championship, and we didn't quite know what to expect, and both teams there started with a breakpoint further to the left than us, and dull balls inside, and we had to make some big moves to strike again, but we did it, and we had a nice third game too. So all in all, we did pretty well. And tomorrow we are prepared to make the moves even faster. Now we know what the breakdown is going to look like, so we'll see. But I have faith in them.
That's good. It's gonna be interesting to see tomorrow how you guys and the other teams do here, and what's gonna happen on the lanes. And this is your last. You've been the youth coach now for 3 years, right? 4 years?
I started in 2008. My first championship was in 2009.
Oh wow!
That makes it 5 years, almost 6.
Yeah. And this is your last year now as a youth coach.
That's right.
Then you're moving on for being the men's coach and actually being my coach.
Yes.
Don't know what I feel about that, but what's your expectations toward making that transition?
Well, it's a learning curve. Many of the same things. You have to do many of the same things with juniors and adult bowlers, but I still have to learn how to interact with the new team, with you guys. There was a lady going between us. No, I have to learn how to interact with you guys, and you guys have to learn how to interact with me, and that's the learning curve. But the team the men's Danish men's team is quite experienced, and you won a medal the last World Championships, and that's quite a task. So I have to step up my game to prepare for this, but it is going to be all right. I have 20 some years experience as a coach, and I have worked in all parts of the bowling industry, coach, pro shop, you name it. I've been there, lane maintenance, everything. So I've been a bowler myself and bowled on the national team. So I have a lot of experience, and I tend to draw on that experience. But we also have an organization, Team Denmark, who is really ready to help with this. Well, I'm not experienced enough to handle you guys, but we have a program set up, and hopefully we're going to do well in Abu Dhabi.
I hope so.
That's up to you guys.
And how's the youth program gonna work after you're gone here, after these championships?
Well, I hope. When I started out in 2008, there was a lot of changes I wanted to make, and unfortunately the changes didn't come until a couple of years ago. So our organization wasn't ready to make the changes until we had a new chairman of the board. But now we have a program set up where we have regional centers all over Denmark, and we are educating the coaches to a higher level. So I think the youth program is going to do really well. I'm not gone. I'm still involved with it, just not on the front lines.
Yeah, well, thank you, Michael. Very interesting to talk to you.
Thank you.
And after a small talk with Michael, we're at the end of the first game, and I'm just gonna do a quick update here. Denmark didn't finish off as strong as they started, but still got to 820. Sweden got to 801. So good games from both of those teams, and we expect to see them do well here the next two games also. Low end of the bowling center, Finland has the possibility to shoot a pretty okay game, probably like 770 if they finish off strong, and they'll definitely give them a good start here. Russia is off to a decent start, especially because their anchor bowler can shoot 250 right now. If they can finish off strong, they can actually take the first place after this first game. We've also got Belgium that's off to an okay start. After their first player, can't see the name from here, but he shoots 244. Unfortunately, the other three players is struggling a little bit, but definitely not a bad score from Belgium. And up on the boys' side, we got both Denmark, both England and Finland off to good starts, and England can actually shoot 900 if they go with shoot about 900 if they get a good finish here. So England definitely putting themselves in the running for one of the top 4 spots in the boys division. We'll see with still 2 more games to go today, and anything can happen. So let's see what happens when they switch lanes.
Молодцы, девчонки. Все 5. Давайте перенесемся. Там повыше интернет. Вот, супергон. Девочки сыграли -1, это третий минус. Там +3, по-моему. Это не важно. Вы будете отлично голосовать.
Θέλει καμία καλή το μπαρ.
Omaatte sitten hallipalloa.
Pero banana que θέλει κανένα τίποτα. Θέλει κανένα τίποτα.
klaar zijn? Iedereen gaat lopen. Van die kant op. Van de kant op.
гарна дівчина з України, це ми ще побіжок. Саня, ми ще не кричали.
Just waiting for the results to get updated here from the first game, but we can try to give you a quick rundown here. England actually started out pretty badly. I would expect England to be one of the strong teams in this team competition, but they started with 740. It's not a catastrophe for Team England, but definitely not the start they wanted. Belgium off to a pretty good start here with the first game, and a good start to the second game here. No opens in the first frame, and then Belgium has definitely given themselves a good chance here. Denmark got to a good start in the second game too with a quick double. Of course, Russia also off to a good start here in the second game. From boys' side, there's really only two teams that are doing good scores here. It's England and Finland. England with 904 and Finland with 877. So already those two teams are third and fourth in the overall standing, just by pins over par. Into the girls' division, Denmark is leading with 823, Sweden second with 801, Russia with 799, and Belgium with 755. Looking at how the girls play the lanes compared to the boys, the girls are of course playing much straighter, but it also seems like a lot of girls has learned a little bit from yesterday and are not playing quite as far out by the gutter. They seem to be playing a little bit more in the track area around second around the second arrow, which is probably a little bit better, a little bit easier to hit the target for them from there. Then on, it's just a matter of figuring out how to get strikes, which is not that easy out here. Yesterday we also saw a lot of girls struggling when their balls start to get too early, because they're throwing too strong or too dull of a ball, and that transition is gonna happen much faster today. They have to be much quicker to make those adjustments today, with more players on the lanes. It also seems like a lot of the girls are at least been testing out the shiny balls. They seem to be it seems like the different teams have learned from yesterday, but still have to make make the adjustments at the right time and make the good shots.
Maar die ken ik wel. Er zijn niet eens kikken.
The Danish girls got out to a good start again here. In the second game, they look like they are in complete control of it. And I think the fans know it, as they are really loud right now. Besides the Danes, the English girls is getting a little bit better than the first game, but still struggling a bit here. So, let's hope they can figure it out a little bit better and get some good scores on the board here. Russia is off to not the best start, a little mixed, few opens, few strikes, but still in the running. Germany is off to a good start on 9-10 with their first ball having the front five. They should be able to finish it off well here and get a good game. 9-10 was also where Denmark and Sweden started, but obviously it's pretty good. Leia, the German starter, just got their 6th strike in a row, front 6 for Leia. Sweden is also off to a good start in this game. And definitely look like Sweden is going to be in good position after what you would expect after their performance yesterday in the doubles. The boys and the Finnish boys are striking a lot again today, and the English boys reached at 904, the second highest series of all the boys teams, even from the first squad. It's really struggling. The ball has 4 open frames in a row to start off the game, and they need to get back on track quickly if they don't want to lose some of the pins that they got in the first game.
Als ze deze maakt, dan gaan ze helemaal los.
And I'm here with Rasmus Bering from the Danish team, and he got a bronze yesterday in his first appearance in the European Youth Championships. And Rasmus, what was it like the first time here at the European Championships?
It was a great experience to play here at the EYC. I really enjoyed it and got a medal also, so it was great.
What did you didn't have the best semi-final, but you were still close to winning it. What did you learn from it that you're gonna take with you?
Never give up. They striked a lot in the start, and we didn't, and we said it was too late, too early in the game, and yeah, we come back at the end, but we lost. That it was yeah, never give up.
Yeah, you're not gonna make that mistake when you make the team finals here.
No, we just have to make it first, but it looked good right now, so I won't do it again.
Are you gonna make any changes for tomorrow? Are you gonna throw different balls, or what's your plan?
Yeah, I gonna do some other things. I didn't bowl very well today, so I'm gonna try some new things. The things I did in the double, I think I'm gonna try some of that out again. Yeah, we see tomorrow.
Yeah, just throw good shots. That's
yes.
First thing. Yeah. Thank you, Rasmus. Go cheer on the girls, and I hope to see you in the finals tomorrow.
Thank you.
Now we have Leah Degenhardt from Germany with front 9. So Germany is she's gonna get a big game, and Germany is gonna get a big game for their team score. Germany were in 6th place after the first game, 24 pins behind Belgium in 4th. So they are definitely gonna make up a lot of pins here and be right back in the fight for the medals here. The Finnish girls right now are really struggling. Doesn't look too good this game for them. They will probably need a strong third game in order to stay in the running for the medals here. Meanwhile, the Swedes are having a pretty good game here, led on by Kaiser Wegner. She's got 9 spare strike, 9 spare turkey. She's up now. A little bit fortunate for 9. Easy spare, and Sweden is keeping up their good pace. Now we've got Degenhardt on lane 9. She's got the front 9 going for front 10. Might see the first 300 game of the championships here. Let's hope so. now, but ready now and be ready in just a few moments. Meanwhile, it sounds like Denmark is keep on striking, and Russia is struggling a little bit. Let's see, Leia up now. Looks okay. Oh, definitely. It looked like that ball was a little bit left of target, hooked a little bit early, but it still helped. And she's now got the front 10. Possibility of 300 game here. 9 and 10 Leia Degenhardt from Germany. And this game is also going to help Leia tremendously in the all events. She started with a 177 here. Had a pretty good score yesterday. Got close to the medals and stuff. Leia had 1247, which put her in 6th after the day. So having the front 10 right now is definitely gonna give her a little bit of a boost up the standings here. Let's see, close. Definitely further right. Oh, and it overhooked a little bit. Okay, good shot, great game. 288 or 289 for Leia Degenhardt, and a great start to this game for Team Germany. Team Germany, before the other players hold their 10th frame, they already have 790. So they are probably gonna shoot somewhere between 850 and 900, which is a great score in the girls' competition here, and that's definitely gonna move them way up the standings and put them in contention right among Sweden, Denmark, right with Sweden, Denmark, Russia, Belgium, and the other teams in front that was in front of them after the first game. Belgium is struggling a little bit, not quite figuring out 1 and 2. It's unfortunate for them as they were 4th after the first game, but they are probably going to drop down a little bit in the standings, sorry. But still going to be in a good position if they can get a good third game. Russia has a little bit of trouble in this game, as mentioned early. Not too bad. If they finish strong, they can still get to around 800, which is give them a good score here in the second game. But they definitely need to step it up a little bit here in the last couple of frames. Germany has a really good lead on the It looks like all three players are going to be over 200 and they are going to shoot over 900 for this second game. And even though they started out a little bit shaky with 731, they're going to be a bit over par after 2 games, which definitely put them in a strong position. Down on the boys' side, Team England is struggling quite a bit. They're not shooting more than 70 this game, so they're still going to be close to the top teams from the previous squad, but definitely not the second game they wanted after shooting 904 in the first game. Meanwhile, Team Finland is just keep on striking, and they are certainly living up to their role of favorites after yesterday's performance with both the gold and silver medal in boys doubles. Germany is just finishing up their game here. Saskia Maltz from Germany is the last ball, and she struck the first attempt to get herself into the 2 teams. If she gets one more hit, she's in 220s, and Germany will be in 920 something if she strikes here. A little bit of a bad shot. 7th split. She's gonna shoot. She gets 2 here, she's gonna shoot 211, still a good game, and Germany is gonna shoot 911 right in that area. Very good game that's gonna get them to plus 40 for the first 2 games here. It's definitely a good block. Sweden is bowling really well this game. I think it's probably gonna be Sweden, Denmark and Germany in the top 3 after 2 games here. Who's gonna be 4th is a little hard to tell still, but still got one more game to go today, and anything can happen, as we just saw with Germany shooting 11. That's bunch by far the highest score we've seen so far from the girls. Belgium struggling a little bit this game. If they would strike out in the 10th frame, they would get to about 760, so still a good score possible, but they need to finish off the 10th frame strongly here. England putting in a pretty decent finish here, and they can get a really good score this game, and definitely helped them after a little bit of a slow start. It's 7:40 the first game. So the anchor ball that are helping out as she can. That's, if I'm not mistaken, I think it's Kira who's there. Kira, that's their anchor ball, and she can shoot 260. So she is definitely one of the main reasons that England is doing well this game. Sweden actually has a chance to beat the Germans' team score for this game. Sweden can strike out for right around 9:30 or 9:20 or 9:30. So they are having a really good game here and showing that they want to be in the medals again today after winning the doubles yesterday. Boys side, no one's real struck with this game. Probably not going to shoot much more than 700 or 720. Meanwhile, the Finnish are just keeping up their tempo from last night, and it look like they're going to shoot 900, 950 this game, and they are going to be probably going to be almost 200 after these first two games, which is way in front of any of the teams from the first squad. So obviously playing the second squad here seems to have been a good thing for Team Finland. Team Belgium is probably going to shoot somewhere in the area of 720, not the score they wanted, but not that bad either. It's not going to hurt them too much, and if they can bowl a good game the last game here, they're still going to be right in the middle of the medal race. England is also finishing off their game well, probably gonna shoot 750, somewhere between 750, 780. That's gonna help them a little bit better than the first game, and it's gonna put them in a good position. We just need to figure out the lanes a little bit better for the last game here, and they should be very close to the top 4 when we finish today. Yesterday the girls from the Czech Republic did really well in the doubles, had some really good finishes. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like they quite found the same level of scoring this. Today they've got 14-29, which is still not too far off the, probably not going to be too far off the 4th place score, but they certainly need to bowl a good game here in the 3rd game to stay close. Very good game for the Swedish girls here, just 896, almost as good as Germany's 911, and Sweden is gonna put themselves about 100 over in total, so that's in a pretty good position compared for the last game of today. Looks like it's gonna be Sweden in 1st with 100 over, Germany in 2nd with 40 over, Denmark in 3rd with 38 over, and then I'm not 100% sure who 4th place is. England is at 15-20 now, which is probably not quite as good as they had hoped, but certainly still in the running to get the 4th place. Finland has fallen amazingly. They've got 1,819 pins. That's 219 pins over par after 2 games. And considering that the best score from the first squad after 3 games was only 130 pins over, that is really, really impressive. England really struggled this game, but still managed to shoot a decent. Still managed to stay a little bit out of trouble, and they're still 40 over after 2 games, so they are still in good position. And actually, Israel had a really good game now and got themselves up to around 15-10, or sorry, 15-90, 10 under par. So if they can bowl another good game, they are going to be very close to the top 4 going into tomorrow. Now we've got updated scores from the boards. Finland in the lead with 18-19 and just shot 942. Israel's just shot 879 to get into third with 15-66. Sorry about saying the wrong score. And England in second with 1648. So right now it's looking like Finland is going to take the lead by quite a lot going into tomorrow, and England is probably going to be, depending on what they shoot now, they are probably going to be right around the 4th place. Finnish boys is just experiencing a little bit of a scoring error right now. So that's why there's a little bit of a break down at the boys' end, and just to make sure the Finnish boy the Finnish second player has not thrown it in the gutter twice. He has not bowled. It's a scoring error, so they just need to get that fixed, and then they can start bowling again. Down in the girls' end, down on 1-2, Sweden and Denmark are both looking like they're trying to get the lined up a little bit on 1-2. Then the lanes are a little bit different from each other, and they might be a little bit different from what the girls have been bowling on so far. So it seems like they just need a couple frames to get lined up again, and we'll probably see a lot of strikes again in any moment. Germany is also look like they struggling a little bit with getting lined up on 5 and 6, and probably just needs a few more frames to figure out the 2 lanes before they start striking again like they did in the last game. And but still, they aren't doing anything stupid, not missing spares or anything right now. They are covering their spares, even the little bit more difficult ones. So they're doing what they need. Scores on that big here in the girls division, so making your spares is gonna get you a long way, or it's gonna get you a long way towards winning a medal. After struggling a little bit the first, here in the last game, Belgium has started really well this game. They already have a double and only one open, so Belgium looks like they might wanna give it a run and see if they can't make the finals here in the team event. England is struggling a little bit on the start of this game. Few opens, so they are probably seeing a little bit different ball reaction on lane 7 and 8 compared to 3 and 4, and those pairs are generally quite different in this ball from each other. So I wouldn't be surprised if they have to make a few adjustments before they get back on track. after this last game, it's gonna be a break until we're gonna be done for today, and then tomorrow we'll be back 9 o'clock with the rest of the last 3 games of the team event. And if I'm not mistaken, it's gonna be the girls bowling in the morning, along with the six lowest placed boys teams, and then at about 1:15 in the afternoon, gonna be the rest of the boys teams. And it's gonna be very interesting to see who's gonna get the top 4 spots here when we're done tomorrow. Definitely both the boys and the girls division right now, so it's not that easy to tell. When this squad is done, I hope I will be able to get a quick interview with the Finnish boys team, maybe, or their coach, just to talk about what they did and how they felt on the lane today after what was looking like it's going to be a really, really good performance here from the Finnish team. I also hope to be able to speak to the leading girls team and probably a couple other teams too. So stick around after this squad is done, and hopefully you'll be able to do a few interviews. Finnish boys aren't quite keeping up their scoring pace from the first two games here, but they are still not shooting a bad game so far, and with the lot or with the great first game they can afford to be in a little bit of trouble here without his hurting them their chances of making the top 4 tomorrow. The English boys is a little bit better than last game. Still not looking great this game, but should certainly give them a chance or they should certainly be close going into tomorrow.
Alla vi som älskar Sverige, alla vi som älskar Sverige, alla vi som älskar Sverige, klappar nu. Alla ni som inte klappar kan gå hem. Alla ni som inte klappar kan gå hem. Alla ni som inte klappar, alla ni som inte klappar, alla ni som inte klappar kan gå hem. Pappa allihop, peppar julen.
Belgium is bowling a good game here in the third game. They're looking pretty strong, and I think Belgium is in a pretty good spot after the first two games. So they can keep it up here. Of course, North Bowler, they're currently pacing over 800 for this game, so that would probably put them in a really good spot for tomorrow. right now it's quite a bit of separation between the top 3 and the 4th place, the girls team. Denmark is in 3rd with 16:38, and then Russia is in 4th with 15:26. So that's 112 pins between 4th and 3rd. Then England is in 5th, only 3 pins behind Russia. So it looks like Sweden, Germany, and Denmark are going to be pretty. Most likely going to make the finals after tomorrow, and then it's going to be a tight battle between a couple different teams: England, Russia, Belgium. Should be very exciting tomorrow. Russia is also bowling a good game here, especially their anchor player Maria Bolanova. She's got the front 5 and then a 9 spear. And if I'm not mistaken, I think she's the girl that won an EBT last season in Russia. I can't remember what the exact name of it was, but that was pretty impressive. And I think that's the girl. I'm sorry if that's wrong. It's just going by my memory here, but. She's sure doing well here too, and hopefully she can help Russia to a strong finish here in the 3rd game of the day and the last game of the day here. And Russia strikes here, and it really seems like it's Maria that's holding up the team right now. He's got 429 for the first 2 games. Very good score here with the girls, and strong start here, currently pacing 230 even if he doesn't double anymore this game. And I'm just gonna watch this shot here and see. I haven't seen her for any shots yet this week, so I'm excited to see how she goes. She throws it pretty well. A lot of speed, a lot of hand for a girl, but still in balance. She throws it very, very nicely, and I can see why she's bowling well here. Very, very nice. Up in the boys division, both Finland and England are struggling right now. So it looks like Finland is gonna be going in the first spot for tomorrow, which is gonna put Sweden in the 4th spot. The English girls seem to have figured it out now, and they're throwing quite a few strikes now. Especially Kira, who's again pacing 220 right now, has a possible 269 going, and she's really putting a hurting on her fellow competitors in the all events. Finland is looking well, looking good, looking like they're gonna be right in the mix for the 4th spot tomorrow, along with Russia and Belgium. So it's gonna be very exciting tomorrow when we get the last 3 games of this team event going. Down on 1 and 2, it seems like Sweden is still bowling a good game. They are probably gonna take the number 1 spot going into tomorrow. Well, Denmark is struggling a little bit. Fortunately, they've got a couple good games and a good lead over the 4th place team after the first 2 games, but they are definitely gonna drop down a little bit and gonna give themselves a little bit more work to do tomorrow. And Maria from Russia just doubled, and they had a very good frame here in the 8th frame, and that they could actually get pretty close to the Danes if they finish off strong here. So it is gonna be very exciting to see tomorrow what's gonna happen when we get the last 3 games going of this team event. Germany is also bowling a good game this game. They look like they're going to be, with a decent ending here to the 3rd game, they're probably going to be right around 780, 800. Again, that's definitely going to put them in the top 4, probably in the 2nd place position, which and probably quite a few pins ahead of the 5th place team. And after all, it's all a matter of just making the top 4 in these events, and Germany is looking good right now. Degenhard from Germany is still bowling very well. She's gonna shoot somewhere between. If she gets 1 more strike here, she's gonna shoot, or if she gets 2 more strikes here in the 10th frame, she's gonna shoot 217. That would bring her total for the day up to 683 after her 289 in the 2nd game. Very, very nice bowling, and that's certainly gonna move her up the standings in the overall, in the individual standings too, as well as help Germany in the team event. Just as a fun note, it's on lane 7-8, it's England and Scotland, and even though we're not bowling directly against each other, it seems like England's gonna win the battle over Britain today. Short note here, even though Austria haven't sent a complete team, they've actually got a couple good scores here. Tamara Adler is, I think she's actually bowling pretty well today. She can shoot 230 here, 233 here in the last game if she strikes out in the 10th frame, and she's already at 4. I think it says 411 there. So she's definitely having a pretty good day here today. And she's going to be in a good position. You know, she bowled pretty well yesterday too in the double, so she's going to be in a good position in the all events. Not a very good game from Team Denmark to end with here, but they finish up at 23-36 as far as I can see. It's probably going to be right around the third. It's probably going to be third or fourth, but not that far in front of the teams beneath them. So Danes definitely have to fight pretty hard tomorrow to make the finals. Sweden finishes up strongly for 25-19, 119 over par, and they look, I would say they look almost certain to make the top 4 medal finals tomorrow. Tamara got the first one, the 10th. She's gonna shoot 220. Good score for her here, and good bowling today here in the team event for her. That's Tamara from Austria, of course. Let's see the German. Just makes her spare there. Does Claudia, I think it is. And Germany look like they're gonna shoot 800 again this game. the high end, both the English and the Finnish boys are finishing off their game strong, and both teams look like they're shooting score around 800. So England is probably gonna be just outside the cup looking in going into tomorrow, while Finland is gonna be leading by quite a lot. The German girls finishes up with 790, 24-32 for their 3 games today. That is probably gonna put them in. It's gonna put them in 2nd place overall, and pretty far ahead of 3rd place, I think. So Germany and Sweden look like they're they're gonna be bowling for medals tomorrow evening. The English girls are probably going to shoot in about 770, 780. So they're going to be right around 2300 for their. Probably going to be right around 2300 for their 2 games here, or their 3 games here, which is probably going to put them pretty close to the cup line. Just not too many pins behind the Danish girls, and that's in a day where it looked like the English girls were struggling quite a bit. That is probably not a bad thing. Russia is finishing up now. Maria Bulnova shooting 240 game, and Russia is gonna bowl 800 this game, which is them in 23-30. Pretty much the same score as Team England, Team Denmark. So I think it's gonna be pretty close for the 3rd and 4th spot tomorrow. For the teams with Belgium, who unfortunately has had a little bit of a bad finish, and we're still not too far away, but still probably going to be about 50 or 60 pins behind the number 4 team.
ma allora metti meno prima ma
Thank you, ladies, for being nearly patient and not looking too much around. Please remember today, take all your bags and belongings with you. Send them on to keep the place clean. Take all bags to the floor. All your belongings. Thank you very much.
Wat zoek je? Ja, dat is het inbouw. Ja, maar joh, dat is schoenen kwijt. Ja, ga maar niet op. Dat ga je bij de stuur gaan. Hé Pikkie, ik heb die tasje ook gedaan. De tas zat dicht. Ik heb mijn telefoon gehaald. Ik heb mijn telefoon. Hé Pikkie. Jouw schoenen liggen daar nog waarschijnlijk. We hebben laatst dit. Je schoenen kwijt. Je losse schoenen opgooit. Ja, los. Of in een tasje. Nee, zit in de tasje. Welke schoenen zijn het dan? Rode? Zwarte. Rode? Nee, groen met? Groen met zwart. Die jij ook hebt? Ik heb geen groen. Ja, dat groen is rol dan. Pikkie, loop even een rondje dan. Wacht, dan ben je eindig.
Leed, heb je alleen het hok gekeken? Heb je alleen het hok gekeken?
I don't speak Finnish, so...
Yeah, I know.
I speak a few words, but don't think it's...
I can guess what those words are.
Yeah, I know Pertu, so... Yeah, I'm here with the Finnish boys, Tatu Lehtonen and Henry Leiner, and yeah, you guys won the gold medal yesterday, and you've pretty much outballed everyone today, leading by 100 pins. What do you feel like right now?
I feel pretty awesome. The win yesterday I couldn't even imagine it before I came here, because I didn't bowl so good last couple of months in Finland, and so I'm very happy. I think he's also.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. Very good.
And well, you guys got a kind of a, I don't know if you were lucky or unlucky with your draw. You got to bowl in the second squad of the boys, not with all the other, the Swedish team, the Danish team, Norwegian team. Do you think it was an advantage or a disadvantage for you? You obviously bowled well, but...
Well, I don't know. We bowled that good that it really didn't matter, so I really don't know. Maybe I think it was a little bit advantage, because the English guys throwed very good in the first pattern, so it was first pair, so it was very easy to bowl, where we shot the 940, so it was easy one. But the last one was pretty dry, so it was good and it was bad.
Yeah, well, it always is. And tomorrow you're gonna bowl together with all the other boys, so it's probably gonna be a little bit different for you tomorrow, but I guess you feel pretty confident right now. So, what do you have any special strategy for tomorrow, or are you just gonna special strategy for tomorrow?
Nah, not really. We just try to bowl good and make it to the finals and win the European champion again.
Yeah, well, looks good so far, and I guess your dad is pretty proud.
Yeah. I hope he is, and I think he is.
Yeah, thank you guys. I'm gonna let you pack up. See you tomorrow.
One boy. One. I don't care. We throw their caps in the book. Kept catching it.
Mikkel, har du styr på de andre? Alright. Ja. Yeah, and tomorrow we're gonna have the last 3 games of this team event, and it's gonna decide the top 4 for the boys and the girls division. If I remember correctly, the girls are gonna bowl in the morning, 9 o'clock, and the boys are gonna bowl at about 1:15 in the afternoon. So tune in, and we'll be covering the entire day tomorrow, including the semifinals and finals in the evening. And it's gonna be me and Camilla Kelsen, long-time Danish national team member, doing commentary tomorrow. So should be fun, and check it out. Yep. And we're just waiting for the German girls to show up, and gonna do a short interview with them, and then we're gonna take the day off. gonna talk. It's gonna be a very short interview then.
You can speak German, I'm pretty sure.
I can, but not that well.
Well, and because they are afraid of speaking English. So you better talk to them in German.
Your German is better than our Danish.
That's probably right.
Hallo?
Ja.
Ich kann das nicht. Ach, die beiden reden einfach die ganze Zeit.
I'm here with Team Germany of the girls, and they bowled very well today, sitting in second position for tomorrow. And I guess you guys have a pretty good chance of making the medals for tomorrow.
Thank you.
I'm just gonna start from an end with your coach. Yeah. Oh, it's on.
It's on?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm very proud of my team today. All 4 girls was very concentrated of her game. No misses, some splits, but it's normal. And if one girl has a problem, another girl picks them up with a double or a turkey. It was perfect. It was easy for me to coach. I have to do nothing.
That's always nice when you can just let them bowl. And Leah, you had the front 10. Were you a little bit nervous the last shot?
Yes, I'm very nervous.
Well, you bowl well anyway, and that was very nice to see. And you got any kind of special strategy for tomorrow, or are you just gonna try to do the same? Gonna start with your coach.
For tomorrow, I hope
Having fun.
fun, but the same concentration than today, and then we will show the first to the 4th place. It's our target. Hopefully, not the 5th place like yesterday for the double with 11 pins. Oh.
Yeah, that was too bad for you. But yeah, well, sehr gut. Thank you. Have a nice evening.
Thank you.
Schluck.
Ich hab was gesagt. Ich hab gesagt, having fun.
Oh, meine Tasche.
Vil du gerne? Skal jeg slukke? Okay, bare vil du snakke?
Jeg ved ikke, det er nok bedre, at han interviewer Anders svorbor.
Nej.
Det er nok bedre, at du siger Anders svorbor.
Jamen, så kom med ham.
Men vi er evaluering.
Nej, bare slutte af for i dag, og så skal mikrofonen være tændt.
Yeah. Well, that's it for today. We're gonna be back tomorrow at 9 o'clock with the rest of the team event, and tune in, watch some good bowling, see who's gonna make the finals for tomorrow, and then we're gonna have the semifinals and finals for the gold medals and European championships in youth teams tomorrow evening. See you tomorrow.